Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hello, Pechersk and Chio and Erika and Sunadenlis and Diempil and a whole lot more people. Hello, Jair and Jackson TC and Earwayne. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good afternoon so far. Today we're gonna lock in, because I actually only have like 4 hours. I only have like 4 hours before I have to leave, unfortunately. Which, you know, I think most of the time is like a decent streaming length, but for me, you guys know how slowly I play this game. We're gonna get maybe 5 years into this. Anyway, working from home today, can actually pay attention to the stream. Let's go. Wait a second. Wait a minute. This implies 1, watching the stream during work, and 2, watching the stream in the office usually. Anyway, that's good. That's good. Have you heard of a mod called Prosper or Perish? I have not, no. But it sounds like if you don't have prosperity, people die. Are we making France Celtic? Perhaps. Perhaps we might. Well, at least it's gonna be like French and Celtic. Well, we'll see. Anyway, as I said, we are going to lock in real quick. So we're actually just going to get started. I'm going to turn that down. I turned it up for the background music, but there we go. Oh, thank you very much, Theo, for joining the levy. Often you stream while I'm in the office, but I just hide the window and listen. Fair. I mean, hey, what the manager doesn't know can't hurt them. Corbin, I got fired from work today because they caught me watching one of your videos. Can you please fire me up $5? Damn, I didn't know that many people hated VTubers. That's crazy. Fired from work for watching a VTuber? Honestly, reasonable. I can't even blame them. If we start in May, we may see the winter, possibly. Are we liking the control reworks? I haven't gotten to play around with the governors too much. I did post that one picture of me playing Oman yesterday on Twitter, and I got to try one of the naval governors once. Turns out you can only build naval governors at the start of the game if you have... Where is it? Harbor administration? Because you start with 0 naval governors. And then you can get 1. So I learned that the hard way. They can also only be put in cities, so that's interesting. But I think they are generally good. I assume by control you mean like proximity. I guess there are bailiffs too, that's true. Bailiffs do contribute to control. But I think they're good. Sort of force you to like actually build more bailiffs, and they're a lot, I wouldn't say they're a lot more useful, but like I guess they just make more sense. Like you can't spam them. They give you some decent control. I think I do like the fact that they give you control rather than local proximity source, because that means that a bailiff can be useful kind of anywhere that you don't have 80 or higher control. I mean, it's still helpful there, but like normally the bailiffs, they used to be like if you built one here it would do literally nothing, but now if you build one here it actually gives you 20% controls. That's cool. I also like the fact that proximity doesn't spread as quickly as it used to, or not as far, so now you actually have to build the governors and stuff. Not in this playthrough yet, but at some point we will. What is the goal of the stream? Mods ban that guy. Secondly, the goal today is we're gonna go and invade France's subjects, because we're just allowed to do that for some reason, even though we're not a subject of France. And then, maybe we take Paris, because I think it would be funny. Even though it would be extremely expensive and give me very limited gain. But that doesn't stop it from being funny. Actually, yeah, that is kind of where we left off, wasn't it? I was like, okay, we can just go to war with this guy, it seems. So, I ended the stream last time, but yeah, we can just do that. I probably don't need to raise those, actually. In hindsight, I feel like my subjects are more than capable of solving that problem.
Money's not even real, actually.
Did you know French nobles are part elf?
Hi, Isaac. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. What are we even doing anymore? What are we doing at this point, Isaac? Oh, maybe I should raise like a few levies. Just a couple. Actually, no, never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah, we're just gonna chill. Paris says the capital's pretty based with its rivers. True, possibly. I think we're gonna build up more along the coast. Like, I might just be naval. The thing is, like, moving Paris would take a while, or moving the capital.
Burn Paris down. It's a symbol of the Lachine colonization.
I don't think we can burn it down.
I've been down with the flu all week.
Oh, that explains it. Thanks, Isaac. And also, thank you very much for the Prime sub to Blackstar.
Money's not even real, actually.
And you're delusional.
Thanks, Isaac. I'm delusional. And meanwhile, we have this guy saying that the French are part elf. Who's the real... What would you call someone who's delusional? Deluder. I'm not a real deluder like that. Okay, Saxony. Oh, do you form from Meissen? Cool. Between the heir and my daughter. That's probably fine. Yeah, sure, whatever. The Delusionee. Are there any formables for Brittany? I mean, kinda. Sort of. We have... Okay, don't worry about that. We have Celtica. If we own, like, all of Britain.
Money's not even real, actually.
All nobles are, after the year 1000 migration. Duh.
All nobles after the 1,000-year migration. I mean, a good number of them. A good number of them were. Also, thank you for the super chat. Europa formation, let's go! I think they should give us... Like, with the Europe formable, I think what they should give us is, like, 73 different kinds of flags. Depending on who formed Europe. Just have, like, 1 billion of them. Okay, what do we even want here? Market warehouse. What does that give me?
Money's not even real, actually.
Trade capacity, I guess.
This Riviera run has gone so well.
This poor soul is trapped in Anbanar. Someone save him. He doesn't know where he is anymore. Thank you very much, Isaac, though. The entire stream is just going to be Isaac communicating in $2 super chats. Okay, we're gonna pull this down a bit. There we go. What are you doing? Oh, you're a new seat. Lovely. All right. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Well, let's see. We could just develop a whole lot. We could try to improve relations with my subjects. Haven't really been doing that too much. Might be a good idea. I do also need to convert most of them. Culturally, I mean. Yeah. The thing is, I feel like the culture conversions are kind of insane. Like, they're a little too fast, no? Am I crazy, or like, why is this already almost 100% Breton? The subjects really like to culture convert themselves. What if we culture convert you? And then what if we culture convert you too? Brittany almost fell under Habsburg rule because Maximilian I married her. The French king went to war, forced a divorce, and married the Duchess instead, so went to France. That's crazy. They should make more like historical, noble dramas. People got a taste of Game of Thrones once, but imagine if there were not docuseries. What are they called? Like TV novellas or something? Whatever. Where like you actually just go through the story of something like that. Game of Thrones? Okay, that's cool. How about real history? How about that? If your money's worth for higher super chats, I could post properly, I would. Be surprised how little this post I could drop instead of having fun. Yeah, that's the thing. Super chat moment. I'm pretty sure my direct dono link still works, maybe. I actually don't know if it's in the description. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. There's literally one in German about Maximilian. Okay, that's fair. I wasn't considering non-English sources. My bad. My favorite VTuber, how are we doing today? I'm doing alright. I woke up a little later than I would like to, and I should probably fix that, because it's not good for me or my sleep schedule. Or my work schedule, or anything schedule. But I played a little too much Oman yesterday. I played Oman a little too close to the sun. How expensive is that? That's a nothing burger, I think. Played Oman too close to the sun, please expand on that. So basically, I posted a screenshot of my Oman run. And in it, about, I think like 4/5 of my income are just trade. But it actually got worse the more I continued. Because I think by the time I stopped playing, also I guess I'll give that to Normandy. It's kind of cursed though. It's really big, but whatever. By the time I finished playing, I think I was making like 300 ducats a month off of trade, which was the vast majority of my economy. You know what? You can have that, actually. I feel like I'm spending a lot of money. Maybe I'm just not making that much, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm just broke, actually. Were you a republic? No, like, you just play Oman. They actually get minus 20% trade maintenance during the Age of Renaissance, I think. What is that? Oh, right. I guess you can have this. Yeah, you know what? Whatever, sure. But yeah, it's surprisingly not that difficult to get massive trade as Oman because of the minus 20% maintenance. But not only that, it's also because if you just improve relations with a bunch of countries in India, they'll let you build like literally 70 trade outposts. Like there was one town where I was able to build 23 of them. So you can just spam them. And then, you know, you get to the age of, I think it is in Renaissance, where you get the trade thing. Where is it? The trade office network makes them 20% cheaper and gives you advantage. So you can just build like 1 billion of them. Build a whole bunch in Egypt. All across the Levant. Build a whole bunch in India. You can even build them in East Africa. Like I was building trade outposts everywhere. That's kind of a lot for one little country, actually. Perhaps I will make you into your own subject. Because you also have a town, and that takes a long time for a subject to integrate. Anyway, as for Parliament, I think someone said, hey, maybe we should invade England or something, but I don't know if I want to invade England. But I also have so much room for antagonism, some room for subjects. I could try to take Aquitaine. If you think about it, I'm actually like France, but better. Because at least my territory is having taxation collected. Whereas this territory is cringe and gets 25% control. This is in fact why we are literally stronger than France. Let's see what we got here. Oh, if I can pass anything. Okay. Am I pushing naval yet? No, I'm still thoroughly land. That's not good. Okay. That's a lot of things. Land rights, fortification licenses, building roads rights. I think the estates have too many rights. We should probably revoke some rights. Do I have anything to help me with that, actually? Support the state. 50% crown power actually does help with that. Don't I also have a CB on France? Yeah, I have follow through on threat, and we're gonna go to war with them soon anyway, so you know what? Let's not worry about getting a CB or anything. We are just going to do this for the crown power to revoke some rights from the burghers. And I think we're going to start trying to push naval, because I think that's the way I'm going to play this. Is I'll have subjects in the center of France, like this direction, and I'm just going to build up the coastline. And I think that'll be neat. Well, we do have rivers. The rivers will help a little bit. But anyway, yeah, we are actually going to do that. Support the state. I didn't even notice all this. Huh. What do you know? Anyway. I don't think we're going to pass this, but that's fine. You know what? You can just develop this for now. What we want this for is the burghers to have less power and me to have more power, and revoking is only 23 stability. That's not too bad. Okay, we're gonna revoke the road rights so that we don't get as much land progress. Or maybe I should revoke stuff from the nobility. Maybe the nobility deserve less. Or perhaps nothing at all. Maybe. Let's see, that's land progress. That's also land progress. That's just free influence. What can I give you instead? I want to give you noble navy. The Chile of Western Europe. Something like that. Yeah, maybe I'll revoke this. It's kind of expensive, but oh well. Revoke that. And instead you get Noble Navy, congratulations. So that'll help push us a little bit. Ruler being a general and having a general trait is not helping. Army maintenance being up is also not helping. But it is what it is for now. What else? Building roads rights. And land rights. Well, the most I'll do is probably wait a little bit. I think the nobility will have less power, so I get more power. In theory. Or not, okay. Burghers, we are also going to revoke this. 40% estate satisfaction. Man, that's a shame. Okay, instead you can get... I don't know, maritime contracts? Commercial Advisory Council's a pretty good one, actually. Trade capacity and capital economy for free. Ooh, building rights, that's also a good one. Okay, maybe building rights, actually. And then what else? Formal guilds is, it's alright. At some point I might get rid of it. It really is just plutocracy progress. Okay, for now I won't give them anything else. Although I can bribe you, maybe. For 400! Never mind, I'm not bribing you. Live with it. Too many rights, not enough wrongs. True. For 7 stability? That's a lot of money. Shipwright is better IMO. The 20% build speed is very good for navy building. It is, but I feel like we're not going to be particularly pressed for navy building. I think we'll be able to build them fast enough, really. Could appease them with advisors. This is true. This is pretty true. I don't really want any of these things. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, new independence movement, of course. Zero stability in EU5 is the new zero stability from EU4. What? They've always... What? Zero stability is the new zero stability. It's always been zero stability. All the way down. The main difference, actually, is that in EU4, you always want to be at, like, +1 stability. In EU5, you can very comfortably sit at 0 or slightly negative stability, and it doesn't really matter that much. Royal Garden, huge. We love Royal Garden. Can I go to war yet? Soon. Okay. Who's this? Can I replace him with... this guy, right? Do I have another crown member? No. Okay, well, you're actually kinda good at your job, but so is someone else, so... Don't forget to send your guys to the order. I do often forget that. You should join an order of chivalry. What does this give you? Military? What does that give you? Diplo? Yeah. No, military. Both military. Well, I mean, you might as well, right? We'll be friends with Castile. And you, the heir, cannot join a... Oh, okay. You can only have one character do that. I didn't know. My bad. Well, that's a shame. There we go. Brittany grows larger. And even more Breton. In fact, we are more Breton in here than we are in here. Subjects really like culture converting. They changed it after the first few patches, after people exploited them? That makes sense. Tragic. I mean, it is literally free stats. How bad is this? Proximity is actually not too bad here. Couldn't we also... Yeah, we can make a local governor. Do I have a maximum number of these, or can I just put them in every single city? You have a max? Can I learn where that max is? Ooh, they changed this menu. Number of local governors. +1 from being a country. Cool. Okay. So if I were to put a governor somewhere, Paris would be a really nice spot. Just some food for thought. Okay, next country to annex. I guess it'll be Maine. Yeah, because we actually have some decent proximity here. Surprisingly. Okay, are you... Is this road? This is a road. Oh, we have new icons! Right, there was an update this morning. I completely forgot to talk about this morning's update. Okay, so yeah, we got an update. I think it was like 3 hours ago or something. And they changed harbors. So now harbor capacity gives you a direct reduction in proximity impact through port instead of being an accelerator or the speed modifier. So it's a little bit of a change. It doesn't seem to have created a big impact for our game right now. Like, it's still basically -20 for the most part, which is kind of where it was at 2 days ago either way, but that's a big change. What else did they change? I think they changed a bunch of HRA stuff. Surprise dev diary stream. Yeah, exactly. What exactly is proximity speed anyway? It's kind of... That's a really good question, actually. So proximity speed is, I think, a percentage of... I think it's like 0.5 multiplied by some value or something. I don't know. Basically, when you have 100% proximity speed, you reduce the proximity cost by like half or something. I don't know. And then when it gets up to 100, it reduces it by like 0.75. I don't know. Like this, it's a diminishing return. I don't know what the actual function on it is though. Instead of being like a cost reduction, it's like you have a cost reduction and then you use the percentage to apply an increased amount of that reduction. So I think if you have like, I don't even think you need a road or anything. But if you go from one spot to the other, minus 28. Wait a second. Proximity speed of 31%. Maybe it's a percentage of the infrastructure value. Maybe speed only really applies when you have roads. Or when you have any kind of, like, reduction modifier. Hold on, let me find something that I have, like, nothing in. Okay, let me see. Proximity cost without infrastructure. Speed of 28% reduces it by 9. I genuinely have no idea what the calculation on this is. I don't even know. All I think I know is that 100% gives you a half reduction. And the higher you go, the more diminishing the returns are. I don't know, it's something like that. It's basically to prevent you from getting... Like, let's say you had minus 70%, and then you get another minus 10%. That's like a huge change, right? Because you're going from 30 to 20% remaining. But proximity speed is meant to do the opposite, where if you have like 100%, and you add another 10% on top of that, it doesn't really do that much. It's kind of like, think of it as the difference between aggressive expansion reduction in EU4 versus improved relations. The higher you improve relations, the more marginal, like the higher your improved relations value, the more marginal the returns are. Whereas with aggressive expansion reduction, the more modifiers you stack, the more impactful it becomes. Well, I guess France no longer has a truce with us. Okay. We have 3 CBs, and they are all pretty much the same. Well, time to go to war with France. Are we not rivaled? I have no threatening rivals. Nice. Okay, Scotland, sure, we are at war, and... we can't rival Scotland when we're at war? Oh, can't replace a rival while at war, but we can rival Scotland. Okay. Alright, first we're going to deal with the French army, probably. Just to let my subjects do whatever they want. Imagine you destroy France and reform France as Brittany. That might be a little too cursed. We recreate France, but better. Oh, here we go. I was gonna say, maybe my army is too big because they keep running from me. Oof. Hey, go ahead, France. Keep on attacking me. Keep going. Keep going, don't stop now. There we go. More. This one poor, brave soul. Riding in on horseback. Oh, never mind. Are you enforcing the Celtic language on France as Brittany? Well, yeah, we'll enforce the Brythonic language. This is actually fine for stability. Naval governors also seem interesting. Wonder if you get it from a reform. You do actually. We are going to try and get that reform today if we can. Although I'm not sure what I would use it on. I think the only town anywhere that we can use a naval governor on would be in Bordeaux. Maybe? Because this is not naval governor. That's a real governor. It has to be a city. So Bordeaux, actually, if we ever get the opportunity, down here would be an excellent spot. Ooh, Marseille would be kind of goated for a naval governor. Wonder what the requirements are? You just kind of get them. There are advances, you can get them from... yeah, you can get them from advances, you can get them from reforms, so... What's the one called? Harbor Administration? That's one that we might pick up today. Boy, I love being so broke. I love having no money. I love stability cost being 30 ducats a month. What am I actually sieging here? Oh, we have it. Okay, sure. We'll go to Paris then. Meant having a valid spot? I think it is any... Might be overseas. I had to think about that for a second. Might be any overseas city. Not sure about the overseas part or what counts as that. In fact, it does tell you. If you have enough naval governor capacity, not connected by land or strait within the same country, is not overseas, and is a port, which is a city. Not connected to land, to the location by land or strait within the same country. I think we should make ourselves more Breton, maybe. We remove this guy from cabinet. I mean, I don't particularly care. It sounds really only effective between the UK and mainland Europe. I think I saw somebody who had one in Constantinople, one in... He goes somewhere over here. I don't know. I feel like I've seen people use them outside of that, but I don't know how.
Money's not even real, actually.
Playing Berg, what sort of locations should I be looking to found a town in? What rows should I avoid shrinking? Looking for general, not BBRG specific.
Okay, give me a second here. Not connected to location by land or strait within the same country. So weird. Not overseas is a port. I don't know. I mean, I built one... I was playing Oman and I built one in... Hormuz. Which I guess qualifies. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. Thank you very much, Psyker Kaureg, for the $5 super chat. What locations should I be looking to found a town in? What RGOs should I avoid shrinking? Kind of depends on how much food you have in an area. So, like, for example, when I'm playing Oman, I have a bunch of cities on the coast, which is good for the proximity. Because, you know, the proximity travels much easier along the coast. Ooh, okay. And I also avoided turning any food locations into towns because I don't want to shrink the food RGOs because there's like no food in Arabia. So that's for that kind of situation. So food is super important sometimes. If you have like a huge amount of food, like we have decent food in Europe for the most part. Like anywhere that produces food generally has a pretty high percentage modifier. So you don't have to worry that much about it in Europe. But other than that, goods that are just like they generally make a lot of money. Like I probably wouldn't turn an iron location into a town. Okay, maybe I would. I did literally do that, but that's because it's really close to my capital. If it's really close to my capital, then maybe I will replace it. Maybe I'll turn it into a town because I can make a lot more money from building a bunch of buildings than from the RGO extraction. But yeah, so stuff like maybe silk, gold you would not make into a town. Maybe fiber crops. There are usually enough fiber crops. I think salt is also generally decent, but like not that great. But yeah, dyes. I probably wouldn't turn dyes into a town because they usually make an insane amount of money. Look at that. 75 wealth. This is a rural location, by the way. 75 wealth just from the dyes. So they make absurd money. Coal. I feel like it kind of depends for coal. I don't know how good it is in the late game. But for most of the game, if you want coal, I feel like what you actually want is charcoal to feed into your production loop. But really, anywhere that you have a lot of control, a lot of proximity, it's a pretty fair game for making it into a town. Like, I'll probably make this into a town, because it's literally right next to my capital. Some rural RGO goods are not good for towns like coal, iron, and lumber. It is situational. I can think of many times where I would probably turn, like, lumber into a town. And that is if I have, like, a ridiculous amount of it. Like, in North America, when you're playing the Haudenosaunee, you can turn a bunch of places into towns, because, like, it really doesn't matter that much. You have so much lumber. Can't even attack this guy. He's moving into neutral territory. It's an illegal move. Alright, what can I take from you? I said we would take Paris, but that's also 23, and it's kind of expensive. We might do it anyway, just because... Screw France. And that's kind of it. But we should also try to take... Well, we should try to take this, obviously. Maybe even the stuff in the lowlands. Depending on how angry that makes people. Other than that, I mean, like this... This is certainly AP steel. Perhaps we actually fracture France further. Can I split you in 2 pieces? I actually can. They wouldn't like it, but I might do it anyway. Maybe. Plenty of good islands in the Mediterranean for naval governors. This is true. Yeah, I do find it interesting that for regular governors, you actually have to build a direct road from your capital to the governor. It's interesting because governors are actually a massive investment. Like, from making the naval governor, I realized later that it's like 7 ducats per month for that one building. So you better be sure that your naval governor is going to give you more than like 7 ducats a month. That iron should not be towned. It is what it is. Yeah, people have been talking about the tool apocalypse. I haven't encountered that yet, so I don't actually know what that means. Yes, become more Breton. You there, you're not hitting your Breton quotas. Ooh, we're at war, we can't start an annexation, that's new. Alright, we now have barks. I feel like we should try to build a navy. I really don't have that much money. Maybe I should stop spending on that. Maybe I can spend a little bit on it. Right, okay, so docks. Let's get a few of those. We'll get a few around here. You were never able to start annexations while at war? I'm pretty sure I remember doing that before. Does EU5 still have those culture groups from EU4 where you accept all of them when you become an empire? Not really. In fact, cultures and culture groups don't have that much meaning between them. Like, what really is a French culture in the game? Well, it's just a group of cultures. They don't really automatically share any kindred traits or anything like that. Like, some of the cultures like each other. Like, Breton and Gallo start off liking each other. But that doesn't mean, like, the French cultures are not easier to accept from them being French, I think. Well, maybe they are. Plus 1.15 accepted, yep. Okay, so maybe it does. So maybe it's like minus 15% or minus 20%. Okay, so like maybe they do make themselves a little cheaper. But outside of that, no, when you become an empire, you don't get to accept all of them. I think they siege faster than I do. Not that it really matters too much. What's this? Right, okay. France calling in all their subjects in a desperate bid. A desperate final stand. And they will fail. So when do you form the EU? In 1830, I'm sure. I do think it's funny that you're allowed to even form the European Union. I mean, I guess it is one of the ahistorical countries, but it's so funny as an ahistorical country in EU5 that it's like at that point you might as well just give us like a United Nations of Earth formable. Like for the time span of EU5, it's so outside of the expectation or the scope. Like even Rome is more believable. Even Carthage is actually more believable as far as ahistorical formables goes. Even forming the Soviet Union would be more believable. But no Yugoslavia. Okay, I think I'm going to take this. And then intentionally fail it. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter too much. we could steal more money from my subjects, and I do like doing that. I don't have any laws to change, do I? Feudal administration. Could swap that, actually. To what? I don't know. We have my blood, civil law. Traditional law is actually not even that bad of an idea.
Hi Quabs and chat. It is depressing I couldn't send this last time. Also, I'm late. See, what did I miss? Oh, and male-female cis breast campaign with D&D characteristics.
I don't even know how to reply to that. Thank you very much, Salt, for the 21 months in the Kingsguard. I was just thinking, man, I did not get enough sleep last night to, to handle the second half of that. With D&D characteristics is actually the real pièce de what is that called? Pièce de résistance or something? It's like the cherry on top. What is that actual phrase? Yes, yeah, it is a résistance. The most remarkable feature. Anyway. Getting out of the stun lock, let's take this. Are we gonna do the Celtic formable? We might. I have done it before, but I think with Brittany you get a different color flag, and that's cool, I guess. Also, you get a few free things. 25% pop assimilation speed. These are actually really good. What do you get from Europa? Nothing? Okay. Can you form Universalis as Europa when you World Conquest? I hope so. First ever tier 6 formable. You know what, actually? I don't want to lose my 7 stability. I'm going to use that to build buildings, though, so let me see here. Wow, there is not a lot that's worth building. Okay, so instead of building things that make me money, I'm going to build things that cost money. Granaries are actually pretty good, I think. Having played a little bit longer into my Oman campaign, I realized that granaries actually help your pop growth pretty significantly. Like, I might start building these pretty much everywhere, and then over time, if I can be bothered to micro this, over time go through and, like, get rid of a whole bunch of them once I need to replace them with other buildings. Like, these are actually really solid. I want that Europa from the 1880s that was just the pinwheel Europe. Yeah, I think the funniest part of the Europa formable is that it's literally just the modern European Union flag. It doesn't even have the Celtic Union thing, does it? Because for the Celtic Union, at the very least, you can... I'll piece this guy out. Yeah, for the Celtic Union, at the very least, when you form it as a different country, you get like a slightly different color flag, and that's cool. It's hard to tell who I'm actually at war with. Aren't you France and your infinite subjects that are sometimes at war with you, maybe, but not really? Ooh. New Duke in charge. New heir who is gifted, excellent. I will give you an expensive education at some point, maybe. Except I'm broke. Broke, no money. Penniless. It's funny when you consider that, like, we actually have an Artois on the throne. Wait, France lost their Artois? Oh, wait, have you always had a Valois? Because I'm pretty sure we stole, like, a branch of the French dynasty, didn't we? We're a cadet branch, I think, of the French dynasty. Maybe. Isn't the whole point of Europa that the subcontinent is unified as one, free of pointless nationalism and religious hatred? Well, there are a lot of different directions you could go with that. Especially with the way that EU5 plays out as a game. You could very easily make that not the case. Also, in this time frame, for the most part, like... Oh shoot, that failed. I'm dumb. Well... That's what I get for not paying attention. What was I saying? Right, especially during this time frame, nationalism as a concept is, not much of a concept. There's like a little bit of nationalism as a treat. So I think any Europa would just be like an HRE type situation where everyone just kind of swears fealty to the monarch and doesn't really care about each other too much. Like, they might not like each other, but not in like a super nationalist way. Just like a, oh, that guy, he's German or something. I don't know. Or they wouldn't even be like that. It's like, oh, that guy, he's he is what do people think of themselves as? He's just some Bruggens farmer. You know? He's just some guy from Trier. They wouldn't even be like, oh yeah, that guy, he's German. They'd be like, oh, he's from Mainz. Ultra capacity is nationalism being a mechanic. Well, sort of, kind of, sort of. Well, not quite. I think it's more so just like a cultural tolerance thing. Nationalism, I think, is a little different and is a little bit more. Well, I guess it is also intertwined with the state in EU5, I guess. Also, that Trier pronunciation killed me. Okay, my bad. How would you see that in the proper way, or even is Trier or something? I don't know, man. Speaking of minds. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. Exactly that, you say it French, not German? What? How is that not the... What? Tria? If it were French, it'd be like trier. Okay, I'm not pronouncing it the French way. It'd be like trier. If I were pronouncing it French. Yeah, someone mentioned that, like, yeah, there was the French Revolution, but somebody else mentioned that that was more civic nationalism than, like... Well, there are different forms of nationalism. Like, that is nationalism. It's just not, like, the way a lot of people think of nationalism. In this TED Talk today, in today's stream, we will discuss the 7 different kinds of nationalism. But yeah, that definitely was more like a civic nationalism, though. But it kind of evolved into, like, more recognizable nationalism, didn't it? Like, it started as civic nationalism, where it's like, hey, we should be equal citizens within a republic because the king is cringe, and we, the free people in peasantry, should have more rights or something. Or something like that. Or like we should have a republic that represents some of the actual population. But then it's like, well, maybe we're goated because we're French, actually. Or something like that. I don't think they said the king is cringe. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Okay, what else do I even want to take here? How bad is this? It's probably fine. Okay, what to not take? That's the question. Because we can't take all of this. What's crazy is that this itself is like 5... Hold on a second, wait, this is just a subject. I can probably just declare war on you. Probably? Like, I don't need to take that. And who's this? Owned by... Are you literally just one location. Yeah, so these two locations are a whopping, what is that, 10 war score? And if we do that, it'll make it look nicer. They still won't accept, actually. Oh, right, because I'm splitting them in half. Yeah, that's reasonable. I don't even know what I want to take, though. I mean, okay, let's say I don't split you in half.
Money's not even real, actually.
The Roy is cringe is what they said.
The Roy is cringe. What's cringe in French? Le roi est cringe. I think I nailed it. Okay, why are you like this? Too fractured. Okay, what am I taking that's making you upset? Is it this? It is that. Right, because this is your only corridor down to the south. Right. Okay, so what if I just take the lowlands from you? How angry does that make everybody? That seems pretty bad. That seems pretty bad. That seems kind of bad. We should not do that. Is Netherlands playable in this patch? Probably not. Le roi est... How do I pronounce that? Gênant? There we go. I hate the modifier because I hate to turn Hungary into a really thin line when I was eating it as Austria. Right, yeah. I think I saw your Austria campaign where you just had, like, Hungary line. Try only taking the south? I mean, maybe. I mean, I know I can take more if I take stuff in the south, because there's also a lot less control here. I'm still taking Paris, though, because I think they deserve suffering, but... Yeah, we can take stuff mostly in the south. Except that, of course, they don't like it, because they'll be too fractured. Because they own so much. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna... There we go. But then if I don't take this, I'm too fractured. It's actually not that big of a deal. Anyway, Paris, the stuff up here, maybe that for good luck. And then, I don't know, that's probably fine. Just take everything you can and win. Fair argument. Okay, how bad is this? Well, it's not good, but I've had worse. Oh, wait, can't I have you return things? Yeah, okay, hold on a second. Wait a minute. I kind of forgot that I made subjects specifically for this reason. My bad. Give me a minute. Okay, maybe not for that, because that's kind of weird. But... who has cores? You have cores. So that can go to you. This is kind of tedious. I really wish I had the EU4 mechanic where I could highlight like 7 provinces and then transfer them. I feel like this is desperately needed, please, Paradox. And then we actually do need to occupy this. And they transferred it back to me because my subjects are really helpful. Oops. I mean, it's nice they don't hold on to things, but man, please. This time I actually do want to give it to you. Because I don't think they fixed it. I think you still have to transfer stuff to subjects to have the stuff returned to them. Which is kind of weird. And then... Oh, can't do that. Weird. What's this? Oh. I don't think I can do anything with that. Oh, maybe I'm demanding stuff, so it doesn't work like this. There we go. That makes more sense. And we'll take that. Still doesn't really show up in the peace deal, but whatever. Okay, slightly cursed peace deal. Oh no, that's super cursed actually. I want to take this, but I can't because it'll leave them fractured, but it actually doesn't leave them fractured because I'm demanding it in the return core piece. Okay, I can take this. This is definitely a peace deal of all time. Don't worry about that. Actually, let's not make the same mistake as last time. Just in case it doesn't work. Ooh, yeah, that's cursed. That is real cursed. Alright, well, Paris. Yeah, you don't have a historical subject there. Okay, well, Paris is actually going to be a free city. Congratulations, Paris. And then Picardy can have the rest of this. And Normandy is already too big. Maybe the city-state of Paris can have a little bit more as a treat. And then you can have this. Well, we have at least one historical subject, sure. Wait, doesn't Toulouse have like infinite cores? We might be back. Or can you speak French? Not really. Maybe like 7 years ago. And like, hardly. You are gifted. Excellent. Have a good education. Oh yeah, speaking of coalition. How bad is that? That's actually nothing. We're fine. Fake Canadian, many are saying. I think nationalism began with a cultural identity. Joan of Arc is the main symbol of nationalism in France. It was us against them, shown way later with the title of the king, from King of France to King of the French. I feel like I should remember more about this, because I actually did take, like, a history of early modern Europe course in university, and we actually did talk about like nationalism. And then I kind of forgot most of what I learned in that. Nationalism is a complicated thing that grew in Europe, because it has many elements defined by the ways in which European empires grew. The definition of Europe itself was very loose for a long time, and arguably to this day is still somewhat loose, because Europe is more defined as a peninsula of an actual geological continent, rather than its own complete separate, like, continental plate. Are we going to talk about 7 types of nationalism for real? Okay, I actually don't know if there's 7 types, but there are multiple different kinds of nationalism. We could, I guess. Wasn't nationalism like a Roman thing? Well, like, so, like, there's like civic nationalism, there's like religious nationalism, obviously there are others as well, like there's ethno-nationalism, that's a thing. There's like, those are the 3 main ones I can think of. Well, cultural nationalism is, I think, part of civic, isn't it? I don't know. And even then, like, every single one exists on a spectrum of what they think the nationalism actually means. Oh yeah, you like nationalism? Name every nation. Like, I think we can just think of nationalism broadly as, like, this idea of a shared community that exists because of those who decide to participate in it. Rather than being defined by any sort of, like, governmental structure. Like, it requires the voluntary participation of its constituents. I guess a lot of things are like that, though, isn't it? Or aren't they? Me when I have no iron? Uh-oh. That's a lot of rural blacksmiths. Dear God, that's a lot of them. And they're all deciding to make tools. Why? Hold on. So 0.75 from the blacksmith for 1. Oh, the rural, that word is hard to say for some reason. The rural blacksmiths take up way more iron than they should. If we could convert every single one of them into a tools guild, it would be more efficient at using the iron. But am I gonna go through and delete every single rural market village? Wait, can't I decide to change the production method and like lock it to a production method maybe? Possible production methods. I can close it. Maybe we don't have that feature yet. I could have sworn they were like, oh yeah, you can automate production methods, but you can lock certain ones. Yeah, because they're just doing what's most profitable. Maybe if I make stone cheaper, it'll be more profitable for them to do something else. I just don't want them using up all my iron on the least efficient production method for tools. But on 1.1.1, yes. We do have the new update from this morning. Okay, we now have sailors. I might start building a few ships. I think I have barks, right? We'll build a few of these. Let me see. I feel like I'm missing the nationalism debate. Nationalism is total opposition to empire. It's the start with the will of an independence from an empire, and that's why the EU and Europe started to define it's not a nation, it's an empire. I mean, not in total opposition to an empire. I think nationalism can certainly exist and serve empire as well, conceptually. Like, I think it is very possible. I think we could have much evidence to suggest that actually nationalism, from like the core group of an empire, like I feel like we can have pretty strong evidence for saying that like that's definitely a thing. Like I try to think of like German unification and how that nationalism wasn't so much defined out of like independence. Well, I don't think it was defined out of independence from an empire, but more so like in opposition to empires around the German princely states. What else do I want here?
Money's not even real, actually.
Royal Rural Rurikovich Rumble in the Ruhr.
Thank you very much, Salt, for the 20 Czech kronar. Whatever he said. Okay, and then what? Then what do I want? I got the army that I wanted. I got the navy that I wanted. What else do I want? I think the next thing I want is, well, this wouldn't be too bad. Having an extra artist and culture and stuff. I think I want university to start making culture. Patron of the arts to start making artwork for more culture. Cultural capacity wouldn't be a bad idea. I just don't really have too much use for it right now. I mean, I will soon at some point. I'll integrate you at least. Then who else do I even want to integrate? Poitou, maybe? Where am I going to get good proximity? Probably around here, roughly. We'll get some decent proximity here, some decent proximity here. A little rough up here in Normandy. That's also going to take a while to integrate anyway. So, maybe next after this integration, I go after... Who are you? To Rennes? Maybe that's how it's pronounced. And then Poitou, perhaps. True, but it was also against Austria. It was kind of against Austria. It was kind of against France. I think it developed kind of out of the Napoleonic Wars and how they were like, yeah, that was not great. I think it was like a number of different things. I agree that exalted nationalists tend to become imperialists, which ruins the whole initial concept. Yeah. I think it's like a cycle almost. Where it's like you have a group that doesn't have a particularly massively strong sense of nationalism, and then something, I don't know, external creates like a unifying force, which like develops further nationalism, and then if they manage to, I don't know, become particularly prosperous or wealthy or whatever gives a sense of national pride, then they can sort of like go overboard with it or something. I don't know. It's hard to try and make like a full definition on the fly in the middle of a YouTube stream. Maybe I should go back and read my early modern Europe notes. Wait, maybe I should make trade offices. I haven't really thought about that. We could make some decent money off these.
Money's not even real, actually.
Nationalism with Faun characteristics.
With favored characteristics. Isn't Faerun like the name of like the plane or something in D&D, or am I crazy? It's like the earthly plane. Yes, it is. Let's go. I should know that. I'm running D&D literally in 4 hours. Okay, now we can push towards naval. Let's go. Patrol the seas, of course. Maybe not with that. Me when I can't build more barks? Oh, I'm broke. No, that makes sense. But what is an empire? In today's TED Talk, we will discuss the framework of empire, according to that one guy whose name I always forget, but so far I think has been the best definition of empire. The one that's more about like the power structure than anything else. It's like, oh, you have the core and then the periphery and then the everyone else or something. I don't remember who that was. That was me, you're welcome, thank you. You defined colonial power, not an empire? Not necessarily. Because what is an empire, really? Well, because like a colonial empire and an empire that isn't colonial, they still operate in very similar fashions. Oh, the joke is colonialism is inherent to expansion. This is true. This is very true. Because once you expand, like, it's inevitable that an empire, if we think of it as like a country that is big and expands, always has to like deal with the fact that they're gonna have to like have a bunch of people in their empire that don't really want to be there and have very little or nothing in common with the people that are like running the empire. And their interactions with those people define the nature of the empire. And in often many cases it is an extractive relationship. Or sometimes it's like a more on the nose kind of like colonial relationship where they actually just send a bunch of people in there to live there and sort of change the cultural makeup of the region. Like when the Romans made a bunch of coloniae as cities and they sort of Romanized many places. What is this? Local monthly development in the capital, 0.05 for 10 years for 500 ducats. 500 doubloons right there. It's kind of a lot. What do we get right now? 0.01? Okay, we can just run the numbers on this. 0.05 times 12 is going to get you 0.6. Then that for 10 years is going to get you, what is that, 6 development? I'm not dumb, right? That is... Yeah. Yeah, that should give you 6 development. $533 ducats for 6 development in the capital. No. It's more than that. This is the local development modifier, not yet modified by all of the additional stats here. So it's 6 modified by, let's say 60% additional. So we're actually looking at like maybe 10 development. That's actually pretty good. I might take that actually. I might actually take that. I love 8% loans. Very generous interest. Not at all predatory. Yeah, all you need for an empire is an emperor. True. This is in fact why the United States was never an empire, surely. Because there was never an emperor. That's how it works, I think. Surely. This is actually why the British Empire was never an empire. Because it was never called the Empire of Great Britain. Checkmate. They did have the title Emperor of India, though. That is true. That is pretty true. They did do that. The worst part about the interest is that it's already applied, so even if you repay it in the next month, you still have to pay 100% of it. Which is bullshit, even modern banks don't do that. Maybe it's because it's a bad idea that modern banks don't do that. Like, maybe that was actually an innovation. Actually, guys, I think Empire is when you have great power status and over 10 million pops. I think we solved it, guys. This is actually what Empire is. Which means that if you have a population of lower than 5 million primary pops, you actually aren't allowed to be an empire. That's true. This is why the Aztec Empire was actually not a real empire. Because they didn't have 70 prestige. What do I need for this? I need more Breton pops, basically, and more prestige. Okay, I should do something. Been sitting here letting things work on their own. Except I'm not gonna go to war with France, probably. You're getting beat up by Provence and Aragon. Lovely. 800 troops. They're so cooked. I could probably fight England over Aquitaine. Probably. The real winner of the 100 Years' War is about to be me. Yeah, what actually happens if nobody wins the 100 Years' War?
Money's not even real, actually.
The Aztecs were an alliance, hence no empire. D.
This is true. This is true, Salt. They were actually the Triple Alliance in around Lake Texcoco. So yeah, actually that's true. Not an empire, not real. Ignore the fact that they had an extensive network of tributary states. That doesn't count. That's not a real empire. Okay, so if we get to the Age of Reformation, then 100 Years' War is done. It's cooked. Are you a historian? No, I would never describe myself as a historian. I'm just kinda, I'm just chill like that. What else was I going to get rid of? Let me see. Something else that has like land progress I wanted to get rid of. Land rights? Maybe. Maybe I swap land rights for... Maybe I swap it for elite council. Perhaps. For 43 stability? Well, that's the thing. First of all, I have my CB against France, right? I don't actually. Fascinating. Okay, because I could have, or I should, have a CB for all this. But I guess if it's currently being occupied, then I don't have the CB? Curious. Well, it's another 5 years anyway, so we don't have to worry too much about that. I think I'll go ahead and support the state for more crown power, and then take something from the nobility. Like the land thing from the nobility. You have to wait a month for that. What did you actually major in? Computer science, unfortunately. So how do you know all that? I like to watch a lot of videos. I don't know. It's not exactly like the best source of information. I could spend a lot more time reading, but... Why unfortunately? Oh, it's just like there's no job market for it. That's why it's unfortunate. Enforce culture. This guy really wants me to enforce more culture. Let's see, nobody really hates me. I guess we could enforce a little bit as a treat. First of all, I've had these on forever and I don't need these on. You should be... Actually, not much we need to do. Stabilize country, sure. You can keep developing, you can keep assimilating. Okay, now subjects. Who do I plan to convert? You're already Breton. I've already made you Breton, but you're very slow at it. You're already Breton, but you're not converting this for some reason. But you did convert this, okay. Are you Breton? No, you need to become Breton, I think. And then I think you should also become Breton. And then maybe you should also be Breton. Okay, support the state. Right, I wanted to go over here and remove the land thing. Yeah, for 38, it's kind of expensive, but we're gonna do it anyway. And we're gonna give you... I don't even know what to give you. Alright, Elite Council, this isn't too bad. Stability decay reduction, that's pretty alright. We're now pushing 0.14 towards naval. I think what we're gonna do... Yeah, what we're gonna do is swap you from assimilation just for now. We're gonna push naval. We're gonna hard push naval all the way to 50. Unlike the job market for history students, I'm cooked. That's real. That's real as well. That's the thing, like, if I could have, and like, in hindsight, maybe I should have just done a history degree. Because like, I took so many history courses in university. Mostly because I had to. They didn't have to be history, but I had to take like a non-computer science courses to finish my degree. And so I just took a lot of history ones. I guess that's the other answer to the question. Someone asked, like, how do you know all this stuff? Half of it is, like, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. The other half is, I took, like, 8 history courses in university. I took a lot. Not as many as, like, an actual historian student, but... like, I took quite a few. Anyway, yeah, this guy, he is currently the Admiral. That reminds me, I do need to, well, first of all, crank that up a little. That's expensive. Maybe I don't, then never mind. Actually, spending 40 ducats to double this is not worth that much, I think. I would much prefer to build many ships. I love the idea of doing a degree and then you VTube instead. Hey, it's a much more stable job. It's a much more reliable job. Most reliable job I've ever had. Let's make him McDonald's,
The
please.
secret is be an electrician / HVAC repairman BTW.
This is probably true. This is probably very true. The secret is to be bored into generational wealth. Also true. But yeah, it probably is a lot more reliable to, like... I don't know. I don't even know. If I knew, maybe I wouldn't be doing this. So maybe I should never know. But no, seriously, Yeah, it's was kind of cooked for a lot of people. The thing is, like, a lot of people I know actually went into computer science, and very few of them are doing computer science jobs. True enforce culture, also true. I don't want to enforce culture too much, because then people are going to be really angry, and then they won't fight for me, and they won't pay me taxes. Actually, maybe they still pay me taxes. No, they don't pay me taxes when they're angry. Well, it's fine. They don't even give me that much in taxes, like most of them. And they'll recover, it's fine. So are you unemployed? On my tax forms, I just put self-employed, and I do actually pay taxes. So I don't think it counts as unemployed. They let me do business write-offs, so I don't think it counts as unemployed. McDonald's always hires? I've actually heard from a lot of people that sometimes they don't. I actually remember, this brings back an ancient memory. By ancient, I mean high school. I think it was like the 10th grade where a bunch of my friends decided they wanted to work at the local McDonald's just to, like, you know, do some work, right, in high school. And I was like, that's cool, I should do that too. But I applied like after everybody else already got their job because I was kind of dragging my heels. I'm like, I don't know if I even want to work the McDonald's job. But like after a while, eventually I was like, okay, fine, I'll go in and I'll like apply and stuff. And I did an interview and they just didn't hire me. Like, to be fair, they had a bunch of people working at that McDonald's. Like, there were quite a few people, and I was a student. And so it's definitely reasonable for them to be like, yeah, we're actually just not really looking to hire right now. And like, that's understandable, because they have people who like pay rent working at that McDonald's. And I'm like some 16-year-old. After they just hired like 5 or 6 16-year-olds. Anyway, what am I doing right now? Can I go to war with France? Not yet. Okay. Working in what you graduated from in this economy? I also know a bunch of people that are going back and doing their masters. Because, like, what else are you gonna do right now? That's the secret. Job market horrible? Time for a master's. Where else do I have decent control? Why do I have good control here? Oh, bailiff, right. Okay, what am I gonna turn into a town? Maybe I turn this into a town. Like, we don't need that much stone, I'm sure. Besides, we can make a lot more stone very easily. What is that, 68? That's 68. This is 84, actually, and the fruit is alright. But I think I'd rather make that into a town. Same thing with the wine. It's just kind of alright. Masters or Japan trip? Which is it? Okay, so for me, it's the Japan trip. Yeah, I've actually already booked that. That's end of March. It's like when you're turning 25, there are two options. Well, I hear there are 4 options when you turn 25. There's master's degree, Japan trip, substance abuse, or what's that 4th one?
Money's not even real, actually.
Go to Owari and make that dumb joke or riot.
I actually don't know if that's on the itinerary. Where's Owari in Japan? I know where the province is in EU4, but the Owari province. Oh, I might actually be in the Owari province. Hold on. Hold on.
The $200 membership cards sure help with stability.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to... Because those don't pop up on my thing. That's Streamlabs, I think. Please tell me it did not put that donation into the void. Sometimes it does that. No, hold on. Maybe not. That was from Surlim. Thank you very much for the $1 tip. $200 membership cards sure help with stability. True. Get your $200 membership card today. Maybe I shouldn't make that joke, because there was that one guy trying to go around pretending he's me and asking people for $200. The quote membership card. So if I lean into that joke too much, people might think that's real. It's in Nagoya? Okay, because I know we're taking the Shinkansen. We're taking it to Tokyo from Osaka. So maybe we'll pass through there. Where is Osaka? That's actually kind of far from Tokyo. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I'll pronounce it the most phonetically correct way possible. Osaka. Are we happy now? Anyway, we might end up flying, actually, to Tokyo. We'll see. We haven't actually booked that part yet. What am I trying to do here? Guns, maybe? I'm trying to pick up some literacy for burgers, maximum RGO, formal city rights, sure. Sure. Cannons? That's useful. That's useful. Well, not as useful. Well, no, it is. Rag paper, bureaucracy. Protected harbors. Rights of the nobility. Then we'll figure it out. High-speed rail too fast for the North American mind to comprehend. Fair point. I actually don't know how long it takes to go from Osaka to Tokyo. Education of the elites. I feel like they should probably rework these to give you some other benefits, because honestly, it's just education of the people every time. Like, I don't think I've ever picked a different option. The max literacy for peasants and laborers is just an insanely good buff for the monthly research progress. It's like an extra 5% research progress. It's like giving yourself another free institution. And the rest of these are just kind of, eh. Now do it in the Osaka accent. That's the other thing, like, I actually don't speak any Japanese whatsoever. It is going to be interesting. But even more interesting is that it's actually not just a Japan trip, we're also going to Korea, South Korea. I didn't need to specify that, but just in case. I'm just going to build a bunch of trade offices over here. Maybe a couple over there. Thanks for clarifying, no problem. Why not north? They do have tours, I think. If I really felt so inclined, I guess I could. Just learn the kanji for man and woman so you don't walk into women-only areas. That's probably a good move. That's probably a good one. I might also lock in and try to learn at least a minimal amount of Korean. Because actually nobody in my entire group that's going knows any Korean at all. At least one of my friends knows Japanese. I don't. But at least she has me covered, so. Antagonism, that's not real. Do I even have wool in here? It kind of feels like there aren't that many sheep in France. There are sheep. I just don't have any. Okay. How many sheep in Wales? Not enough. More. There need to be more sheep in Wales. Because France is not Britain, there are actual crops. Actual food to eat, real things to grow. Okay, this should also be a town. Can you change the goods? Kind of. But you can't make them sheep. Sheer issue, literally. Also, hello, Lady Saffron VT on Twitch. Incomprehensible. I'm lost, sorry. Did you enjoy the 3 minutes of ads that you had to watch before watching the stream? The smallest number of ads on Twitch? Didn't get any ads? You're telling me that the pre-rolls are actually disabled when I run 3-minute ad every hour? No way. Hello, France. I would like to invade you. Can I please do that? Does anybody care if I keep doing this? Only France, and their opinion is irrelevant. Okay, cool. I don't think I even need to raise levies for this. Like, you can just fight them. Yeah, you can just do that. Although, perhaps maybe I should have some men-at-arms. Be like 1. I have it on the amount to disable pre-rolls, but I also have it on manual, so I think I don't have ads, but I'm not sure. I don't know if you can even not have ads on Twitch. Like, if you're a Twitch partner, don't they just automatically throw ads on your stuff and you get to decide how it happens, but you still get ads? How's Corbett going to afford his rent now? No ads. It's cooked. So true. This is why you should donate $20 each, I think. With a small donation of a full tank of gas each. Who am I kidding? That's not a full tank of gas. With a small donation of half a tank of gas each. You too can support your local struggling VTuber. Or but use the train, you're Canadian, you can do it. Bold to assume we have train infrastructure. Very bold. Canadian I know is on a train to Toronto right now. Yes, you do, and it's bad. That was the joke, actually. The joke is that it doesn't actually exist because it's bad. The thing is, like, if you want to take a train to somewhere with the Via Rail, you're basically just... You might as well just, like, drive there. Like, it's about as expensive and it takes about as long. Got $7 in ads last month? Let's go. Don't spend it in one place. Back in the olden days, $7, that would give you... That would get you a down payment on a house.
Money's not even real, actually.
You'll need €5 for when you visit the dear leader in North Korea. Those flowers don't pay for themselves.
That is true. Thank you very much, Tenshi, for the €5. Actually, really funny coincidence. I was watching a YouTube documentary on the history of North Korea yesterday. And that's actually even more relevant than you might think. Because, like, yeah, a lot of the stuff that they got was, like, they got a bunch of loans and a bunch of, like, shared technology and a bunch of, like, vehicles and machinery and stuff, like, given to them as, like, foreign investment or foreign aid or like, you know, various other ways. Like, a lot of machinery, a lot of cars, too. And then they just didn't repay the loans. So maybe they do need the €5. Also, who's this? Occupied by Toulouse. Okay, that's cool. $7 that used to buy you 4 McChickens, 2 large fries, and a large drink. This is true. Me, when I consistently fail to pass these, because I look at them and then I'm like, oh, I'll wait until I get an event, and then the event never comes, and so I forget about it, and I never actually boost the Parliament issue to success, because I literally just forget when I don't get an event. Therefore, I should always give a concession at the start. I'm not going to go back and change it, I just feel a little bit stupid every time it happens. Too distracted by chat, I blame you guys. It's called the cost of doing business. True. Well, there was like a time in... I think it was in like the 60s or something, where like North Korea looked like it was kind of popping.
Money's not even real, actually.
There was like a brief period of time. Thank you very much, Salt, for the super chat. $7 is a coffee and a new book. $7 is maybe half a new book, at best. A new book is like $16. And usually more than that. Like, there are a good number of books I've bought that are like $25. I'm an idiot. What do you have in this army? Oh wait, you're France. What do I mean, what do you have in this army? They have nothing. Okay, France, what am I taking from you this time? I can only give 3 cores back to Toulouse? This is a robbery. There's no way. Only 3 of them? But they have like 70 trillion cores here.
Money's not even real, actually.
A new book is 100 to 400 CZK at most here.
That's crazy. 100 to 400. Let me think, what's a classic book that you could buy here? Let me see actually if I go to like... Actually, how many of these stores are there? I'm not gonna dox myself, am I? No, I think this is a big brand. Yeah, okay. So if you go to like the Indigo chapters, let me see how much a book is. Let me find the classic. How much is it to buy 1984 by George Orwell? Okay, it's like 11 bucks. It kind of depends. Because they have like infinite copies of 1984. Okay, there's one that's like 6 bucks. Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I could get a sandwich for $7 these days. You just have to know where to look. I found increasingly that, like, if I really feel like I want to get, I don't know, like fast food or something, like, I actually just won't get it if I feel like the price is bad. Like, even if I'm out on the road and I'm driving for a while and I'm like, man, I should stop for some food, and I go to a place and I look at the prices and they're just higher than I feel like I should spend on it, then I'll just go hungry. Like, I don't care. I'm not spending all that. We could be kind of chill with... Who is this? Okay, maybe not. We'll be chill with Aragon. Can't send stuff again. Too many super chats. Literally 1984. All books are free if you know where to look. This is kind of true. All books are actually free if you know what a library is. Is fast food that much cheaper than real food for United Statesians? I have no idea. Up here, fast food is low-key kind of expensive. But like, so are groceries, so I mean... Okay, France, what am I pilfering today? Take all that. It's just going to take so long to eat France. This is, I feel, not an excellent idea. Yeah, I'm flying a bit too close to the sun with that one. Maybe I'll take this fort. Oh, but now taking the fort leaves you too fractured. But this doesn't... Oh, wait, this does leave you too fractured. Oh, because of this. My bad. Okay. Right, so I think for us to actually take stuff around here, first we have to take this south, so that France doesn't feel like I've fractured them too much. It's kind of weird that I can only give, like, some things back to Toulouse. Oh, maybe I have to occupy it. Oh, that could be. In Switzerland, fast food is usually around the same price as real food. That's almost unfathomable. Like, how do they do that? All I know is back in my day, you could get a double hamburger from McDonald's for like $1. Yeah, I kind of forgot that, like, fast food wasn't always meant for people who have a lot of money. I think there was a time when like people were like, yeah, real food is, I guess it depends on where. But I think there was like a period of time when people are like, yeah, real food is more expensive because it's like more nutritious and it's better for you. And fast food was just like, oh, you grab it because it's fast and it's cheap and it's food, I guess. And it counts as food to consume while you're on the road. It probably depends a lot. But yeah, like, now definitely fast food is like the, if you have a bunch of money to spend on getting food option. Because, like, thinking about it, so I like going to A&W. That's like my preferred spot for fast food. If I can find one, I like A&W so much more than everything else. But it's kind of expensive. Like, you want to get, I don't know, like, what's their average meal combo? You get the drink, the regular drink, the small little fry thing, and like one burger, and that'll be like $17. Like, if you don't have a coupon, it's kind of expensive. Even with the coupon, it's like 12 bucks. And it's like all that for a burger and fries. But then again, I keep coming back, so I always grab the coupons though. All right, maybe I should actually pay attention to playing EU5. What am I doing? I've already built a bunch of towns. Maybe I need more towns. I love having towns. Maybe the fruit can be a town. And maybe I should focus on building roads as well. If you go to A&W and you don't upgrade the fry to an onion ring, you're doing it wrong. Oh, I always do. I always do. The A&W fries are kind of mid, but the onion rings are really good, and it's like $1 extra. The onion rings, honestly, they should...
Actually.
Oh, hold that thought. No TTS? Okay. Thank you very much for the 50 Czech kroner. I think 84 is like 150. Oh, okay, gotcha. Priciest book I own is a Czech EUP.gov sponsored translation of Genji Monogatari in 4 volumes for 1.5 thousand. Also, free books are real here. Let's go. Priciest book. What is 1.5 thousand Czech kroner? Without accounting for... Oops. Without accounting for purchasing power parity, that is around 100 Canadian doubloons. Okay. What is A&W? It is a fast food chain. It's a fast food chain that I think is most memorable. Well, okay, so like A&W did like a pretty aggressive advertising campaign that I think was meant to be like, hey guys, so the branch of A&W in Canada is actually completely independent, like it's a separate company.
When I was poor in college, I survived off packs of 60c ramen, shredded rotisserie chicken, and flavored it all with hot sauce packs from Taco Smell.
Thank you very much, IMAX, for the $5 super chat. Drive off packs of 60 cents ramen. That's solid. Shredded rotisserie chicken. Oh, I love rotisserie chicken so much. I love the Costco rotisserie chickens. Because they're like $7 or $8. And you get a whole cooked rotisserie chicken. Is that a Canadian exclusive thing? Because I've never heard of it. I don't think so. They got A&Ws in America, right? It's originally from America. That's crazy. I think most people think of A&W as like a Canadian chain in Canada. And I think the reason why is because like it is actually its own company at this point. Like they split at some point, I think 20 years ago. Is A&W that shitty root beer brand? Okay, listen. Yes, if it's from the can. No, if you buy it in the restaurant. They are completely different. All root beer is shitty? What do you mean? Root beer is like maybe the most mid pop out there, but like sometimes it goes crazy. One of my most core memories is I think it was after like a hockey game or something. My dad would bring me out to A&W with me and my brother, and we both get like, because in the restaurants you can get like a chilled mug. Where like if you sit down, you can grab like a frosted mug, and then they'll fill it with root beer. And that hits completely different. The whole glass mug is chilled. This guy is so mid. No. Okay, France. What else am I going to take from you? Ooh, you brought this guy into the war. Not you. This guy. Very intriguing. I think I would like to take that, actually. "20 in-game years in 3 hours." Hey, it's a lot better than the 20 in-game years in 6 hours that I did on... Well, no, it wasn't like an actual 8-hour stream I did on Bavaria. I think I played like 30 years. This is actually a much faster pace than usual. I'm on speed 6 right now. Hold on, did you just say Coca-Cola, tea, and coffee are the best soft drinks? Did I read that right? Did you just call tea and coffee soft drinks? No, this can't be. This can't be. Soft means no or low alcohol from where I'm from. Okay. Because that is not what it means to me. Like, yeah, you'll call, I guess, an alcoholic drink like a hard drink. Well, usually people only reserve that for if you're describing like hard liquor. Like, people don't usually say hard drinks, I think. Soft drinks, they just mean pop to me. Yeah. I'm Czech, remember? Remind me which language we're using the word soft drink in. Checkmate. Get it? Checkmate? Oh! Double pun. Maybe just one pun, actually. But got him. Beer is drank since birth in the Czech Republic. I believe that. It's like you know that meme that's like Americans on their way to have alcohol for the first time at 21 versus Europeans giving up alcohol at 21. I feel like this peace deal kind of sucks, and that's because it has like 1 billion capitals in it.
It's not even real, actually.
I will expose your Overwatch origins for this skeptical.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's keep cool heads, all right? We don't have to go that far. Let's all just chill out a little bit. Okay, what can I even give the Toulouse? A lot. Okay, that's going to Toulouse. Not occupied. England's at war. What the hell? Okay, Toulouse is actually going to be a pretty big subject. Might just return all the Toulouse cores in this war, actually. Where is this? Oh, right, that's one that goes to another subject. Right, Calais. Where's Calais? Over here. Well, maybe I don't want to give that to you. Maybe I take this. Can't even take that. That's 5 war score? Brother. Okay, maybe I take this. Gonna clean all this up a little bit. How bad is this? It's probably fine. Probably. I'm gonna save because I don't trust it. That's 1.1 so far. It is a noticeable improvement. Did you actually get all the territory I wanted to give you? Maybe. I don't think I can be bothered to check. Big Brittany. Ooh, this is peak. This is pretty peak. Alright, we're gonna release a subject. What is that? Artois? Sure. Congrats. Picardy. You may have that. Paris. I don't know if I want you to have anything. I guess you can have this. Kind of making big subjects here. I don't know if I like it. No one to release here? Nope. Well, hold on. Who's this? Valois? You know what? Sure, man. Yeah, whatever. Why not? There you go, buddy. And then we'll give him more stuff, probably. Do you have any other cores by any chance? Or is it literally just that one? It's literally just that. Perfect. Did you take Paris? Yeah, we have Paris. Okay, we're gonna make you a little more Breton, if you don't mind. You can be Breton. And you can be Breton. How European is your audience? I feel like the chat is always way too Euro for this to not be a bigger trend. Well, I mean, keep in mind, in the east coast of North America right now, it's like 3:43 p.m. So, by virtue of a lot of Europeans being off of work right now, and a lot of people in North America, which is my other major audience, I think that's like mainly why. Because I do have like a pretty big, I think my largest audience is American. Let me check. Okay, well, at least for videos, let me check not videos actually. Can I check live streams? Maybe I don't get to check live stream views by location. Okay, I don't think I do. But generally my top 5 are America, then Germany, then the UK, then Poland, then Canada. And then after that, Netherlands, Sweden, Australia, France, Brazil, Spain, Turkey, Italy. Could request another cardinal. That would be pretty based. Grants cardinal. What do you know? Adds a cardinal to this location. They will be... Okay, you can use them to participate in curia actions. I actually haven't been looking at these at all. Oh, they've blocked them. Why did you block them? Why do you have no money? The Catholic Church has 0 ducats. Why are you so broke? Or are they paying to France right now? Is that it? Is that the whole Western Schism? Or having councils? If Rome holds more than 2 councils. Okay, yeah, we're gonna support. I'm literally the only one to not vote. Okay, yeah, we're gonna vote for the Pope in Rome. Oh, we stole the Parisian cardinal. That's funny. Sucks to be France right now. I'm gonna ask for another cardinal. Okay, what do I own here? Breton La Marche. Oh, this over here, right. I guess you can have that. Do you rule the waves, Quarbit? Not really. We might rule a small portion of shoreline. That's kind of it. Actually, maybe you get to take that. Here you go. Gonna go Protestant? I wasn't planning on it. Maybe I'll make a decision dynamically. Like, maybe if France decides to go Protestant or something, then I stay Catholic. Or maybe if the Protestant Reformation is particularly strong in my own country, I might just embrace it. How good are vassals at actually converting culture? kind of hit or miss, but sometimes they do a really good job. Like, all of this area that's Breton here is Breton because I asked subjects to make it Breton. Speaking of subjects, I should probably expand my roads in here. Because I did integrate this subject. Oh yeah, Le Mans? What about Le Womans? That's what I thought. Not very feminist of you, France. Okay, when do I get to become a kingdom? If I have infinite prestige, more prestige than God himself. Okay. That's cool. It is a little bit ridiculous how much prestige you need in this game. Yeah, I know it's not pronounced Le Mans. Le Mans. Someone who gave fake Ryukyu a try yesterday. Prestige is dead simple. I'm stuck at 60 with no investment. Help. Oh no, my steak is too juicy and my lobster too buttery. Okay. Well. Not everyone gets infinite prestige. Alright, maybe I'll turn the capital into a city now. I guess. Actually, what I need is infinite iron. I need more iron than exists on this planet, I think. Which is saying a lot, because the entire core is made of iron. But, I have no tools. I cannot make enough tools. I don't have enough iron. I don't have enough tools. I don't have enough lumber. Why?
Money's not even real, actually.
Now imagine how play in Asia is with iron/lumber, D.
Well, I don't have to imagine. I did play Oman. Thank you for the super chat, Salt. But having played Oman, I don't have to imagine. There is literally no wood anywhere in Arabia or Persia. Like, there's nothing. There are like 7 trees, like here, I think. Like somewhere around here, there are like a handful of trees, maybe. Here we go. Woods, right here. And there's like no iron. Also, Byzantium succeeding. My goat, welcome back. There's currently an economic death spiral where iron plus tools plus wood will eventually be impossible to get. What? It should be the opposite. What? How can you have a death spiral when each thing is meant to give more than what the next thing needs? What? It's like vanilla Vic 3, but you don't have an economic death spiral from those in Vic 3. Oh, the throughput modifiers are crashing the market. I could maybe see that. What am I doing right now? Next war with France is not for a while. I think I can technically declare war on their subjects if I don't have a truce, but I usually have a truce. And like honestly, it's just not really worth it. I guess I could conquer and release Burgundy as a subject, using a CB. Or maybe I could cool it a little bit with the antagonism. Maybe. Okay, screw it. Balance the budget. Zaquatang English. Not culturally, but it is owned by England, yes. You're right, actually. Could go to war with England and take that. There really isn't much stopping me other than trying to be friends with England. But maybe we should not be friends with England. What the hell is this? I feel like if England does not have sufficient presence in France, the French subjects should not attempt to flip to England, perhaps. In addition, maybe in this circumstance, when France is getting devoured, perhaps there should be a modification to the 100 Years' War where a third player can enter in to try and contest the crown of France, which is kind of what I'm doing. Because now it's not really France that England has to worry about, it's me. But yes, we could decide to go to war with England. Yeah, maybe I will. Little afraid of their ships, though. How many ships do you have? 47, but most of them are transports. Okay, buddy. Oh, I guess they automatically group up now. Nice. Okay, we're still pushing naval. I guess it doesn't matter if we have the air as the general. That shouldn't change anything, should it? Maybe it did. Air is a general, minus 0.05. Okay. Let's get somebody who is not the air. Nothing personnel, England. I don't really feel like giving you that. What happened? A little worm in my ear told me that the crown of France lies in the gutter. You need only reach out and claim it. Yeah, I don't like that you exist here. Are we actually trying to invade England? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. That wasn't part of the plan, but I don't dislike it. Except I do need to get rid of you. How exactly are you supposed to reinforce regulars at the start of the game? You don't. You get to build like one unit. Take it or leave it. Stuck losing 250 manpower a month to reinforcing, but nothing is reinforcing? Okay, that's weird, actually. 250 a month. Something's got to be reinforcing. Or taking attrition. They could be taking attrition from, like, a storm or something nearby. We're not gonna do Cathar. Can you not buy the lumber buildings? Well, okay, so the thing is, yeah, so the logging camps, the lumber mills, right? Like, we can build them. But they also cost tools. right? Like the production method requires tools. And tools are expensive. But tools are expensive because we need more iron. But we can't really get more iron because we're already building all of the bog iron smelters we can, and we're maxing out the iron RGOs. Like, we are kind of iron maxing right now. We literally cannot produce more iron. What else can you use for tools, actually? Is it just iron? We can make stone, we can make bronze. Is it even possible to get it to a point where bronze tools are actually just cheaper? I mean, if we produce enough copper and tin, eventually the price of copper and tin should decrease to the point where the profit margin on making bronze tools might be enough for some of the tool locations to swap over to copper. Or to bronze, I guess. But we also have, like, no copper. No copper. No iron. The occasional tin. Isn't there some in Cornwall? Am I gonna take over Cornwall just for copper? Absolutely. Do you have the good units? You have some horsemen. Okay, guess what, buddy? You're going up here. Oh, isn't there tin in Cornwall? Me when I mix up two messages, tin in Cornwall, copper in England. Turns out I can't read, but that's not new for VTubers. Okay. There is definitely tin in Cornwall. They have infinite tin. But they also have copper. Which is the other thing that matters. Because we have no copper. Look at my market, bro. There is 0 copper in this market. Literally none. England exiled? Excellent. Actually, maybe I do just invade England. Maybe. I think I'd prefer to fight the English army over here. My subjects are just dying for fun. That's cool. Ooh. I feel like I could build the university without it making the clergy upset. Well, it is free, so you know what? What else do I want? Oh, right. I was gonna turn you into an actual city. How expensive is that? It's only expensive because of lumber? Okay, that's fine. Actually, how much AE was that, England? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Crazy how that works. That's crazy. Just a spoonful. I'm taking half of France, nobody cares. England takes literally just Holland. And everyone wants to kill them. We're so back. Also, me when I forget that my thing is done and I've been maximizing infinite inflation. Oops. What is that army? Is it really that big of a deal? I feel like it's not. Oh, hold on. Maybe I shouldn't have fought that, but it's fine. I feel like this game actually does run really slow now. Especially every month tick. Seems like it takes forever. That is a lot of money I'm spending. Or did my income collapse? Not too sure, to be honest. I feel like my trade went down a lot. I feel like playing super tall is actually the best way to play in the early game. Tall as in, like, you just don't integrate your subjects, like, you just keep them. Because even having, like, a small drop-off in proximity, or, like, even having, like, an average of 50 control is still kind of devastating to how much you have to spend on diplomacy and the cost of court. You don't have to spend it, though, I suppose. Yeah, Diplo spending doesn't actually give me that much more capacity. You know what? You know what? You're actually completely correct. So I can also build embassies. Those give me, what, like, a little bit of capacity? 0.1 capacity? Why can't I build an embassy in Castile? Where's your capital? Other requirements? Right here. Embassy? I can build an embassy there. Okay. Had a bad filter on? Right. Okay. It's not even 400 and the game is chugging. Yeah. It does run actually a lot better when I'm not streaming. I mean, obviously. I don't have to encode frames and run a model in the background. But yeah, I'm getting like 6 frames per second when I'm on speed 7. The speed is actually not as bad as the frames. I feel like if I played this game on potato mode, I could probably get more frames, but it's also EU5 and that doesn't really matter too much. I love just like trying to imagine the AI brain. I must study the I don't know, the brain activity of my subjects to figure out if they're actually thinking. Because like, you want to do a naval landing? Yeah, let's do it on a fort. Let's just drop 10 or 11,000 people with no food on the fort. Not on Colchester, where we can occupy the town within a month and get food from it. No, 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 no. We have to, you don't understand, we just have to sacrifice thousands of young men to starvation on the cliffs of Dover. Now realizing that my FPS is way better than yours, but the days pass much slower for me. Well, yeah, my model and OBS both use my GPU way more than my CPU. Because you haven't watched your subjects try and fail to siege Tibetan mountain forts in the winter? But I have, actually. Back before this game released, I played Tibet. I am very familiar, actually, with trying to watch the subjects, my own subjects, and enemy subjects, try to siege anything in the winter. This is actually, originally where I came up with, I didn't come up with it, I guess, but like, the idea of attacker's advantage on sieges in EU5 is the concept used to describe the fact that if you are an attacker on a fort, on a mountain in the winter, you actually have the advantage because your enemy cannot stop you from sieging it. They literally cannot enter the province. You get several free months of siege, and the attrition from being on that mountain in the winter is not high enough for it to actually matter. Or at least it wasn't. I don't know if it is anymore. I don't know if it is or isn't, I mean. I guess it's not really like attacker's advantage, it's siege advantage. I guess. They got the siege after all. They actually did. Surprisingly. Maybe we do take England. Well... Okay, so the war goal was mainly against this guy. And they're probably gonna take up, like, all of the cost. I don't even know why I'm sieging this. In fact, you can siege this. Please don't move. I actually don't know if I trust them to not move. Never mind. Okay, you do what you're gonna do. We're gonna go siege Bordeaux. Okay, this is now a city. Let's go. Anything to build in the city? Yes, actually. The Chancery. Market warehouses. More tools guilds. Infinite tools. It really is infinite tools, but no tools. Hold on, let me check, got notifications. Let's go. Shout out to the barely held together clan mechanic in Japan, where a winter means parts of Japan are impossible to enter. So you lose the war because the enemy spams the minus 20% war score in the meantime. Let's go. Yeah, Japan players, how's that looking these days? I don't really feel like booting up another Japan game just to find out. I was kind of mentally scarred by that first attempt. Ooh, look at that beautiful development. 46 dev. That's peak. Let me check dev map mode. It's just a shining beacon in western France. It's beautiful. So is this though. Why is that 40? How did we get here? Anyway, Paris 51, London 38. Imagine having dev below 45 as your capital. Imagine. Imagine. Just hate the fact Japan isn't even a real tag unless you're the emperor. Wait, is it not an actual real tag? Well, I mean, it is when you play as the emperor. Like, you have the actual Japan tag, but like, you can't form Japan if you're a clan and you unify Japan. I can't let you take that, actually. Raise naval levies. We have work to do. Okay, you can move 6,500 people. Perfect. I do like this new feature where you can literally just click the button and it'll move as many people as they can onto the new thing. That is good, I like that. I can't let you take this. I can't let you have it. No, we're stuck in a random naval battle with 27 transports. Okay, wait there for a second. Of course, we leave the most advanced guys behind. The only actual professional troops in this army, we leave them behind. Excellent maneuver. Come on, cavalry. If you don't succeed, we all die, please. You have to lock in. You have to lock in now. Yes. Beautiful. I want to learn more of this game, but with mechanics changing so often, I've stopped playing. Wanted to play Japan, but like, I know it'll be painful to learn. Yeah, I don't know if I would exactly recommend Japan for the first, second, third, fourth, or maybe fifth campaign. I did hear that they changed the... They changed both the, there's the Sengoku Jidai, and then there's the Nanbokucho Jidai? Is that how it's... Is that what it's called, maybe? The first one. I think they changed a few things, or at least they said they did. You know, they released that whole video where they're like, here are the changes we're making. Here are the changes we're making to the whole thing. To the Japan setup. Sorry, I got a text and I got really distracted in the middle of that sentence. Hold on. This might be very relevant information to today's stream. I'm gonna have to read and reply to that text. This is very relevant information. 1 second. Okay, there is a 50% chance that I have to end stream in the next 15 minutes. Way ahead of schedule. Well, not way ahead of schedule, like 15 extra minutes ahead of schedule. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to leave stream in the next 15 minutes. Let's go! That's probably not a good army to fight, and I'm probably doomed, and it's my fault, and we're cooked. Unless... No, this is bad. No, this is bad. This is pretty bad. Unless... Unless... Come on, crush the flank, please. If we crush the flank, we're golden. Is this Holland? Arundel? That's not a real place. Anyway. Please, just crush the flank, please. Thank you. Okay, we might be fine. They are kinda crushing my flank, and it is bad. Crush the center. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Yes. We're so back. Okay, we're chilling. Not the greatest battle I've ever had, but I've had worse. PDX sending him messages. It's actually, so I kind of agreed that, like, before tonight's D&D session, I could watch, you know, me and my family, I've been watching The Last of Us, the TV show, and we've made it sort of like, you know, every few weeks we'll watch another episode, that kind of thing. And so I was like, yeah, I guess before my D&D session tonight, like, I probably have time. And they're like, okay, that's cool. You know, we'll let you know if that's what we're doing. And then yesterday, they're like, actually, do you have time on Sunday to watch it? And I'm like, oh yeah, I can watch it Sunday, not a big deal. Maybe I don't want to fight that. That's kind of a little too late for that. I was like, yeah, Sunday's not a big deal. I can do that for sure. And then literally 3 minutes ago, they're like, okay, so... they're gonna be here in 15 minutes. Like, oh, okay, I know I said I could do this, but yeah, you asked me if I could do Sunday, and I said yes, I assumed we were doing Sunday. We're not doing Sunday, I suppose. Okay, this is... it's not great. I'm just gonna close my eyes and hope that I'm winning this. Ooh, okay. The Pope, I think, is definitely the main Pope now. We are not cooked. Let's go. Now the problem is, how am I going to get over to Cornwall? I actually need to siege something, don't I? Maybe I don't need to siege anything in Cornwall. I mean, if I want this, it's going to be more expensive because it's an unoccupied fort. How much is this actually? Well, I haven't taken Bordeaux yet. Definitely gonna take the Channel Islands. I might take Cornwall, even though it's kind of expensive because there's an unoccupied fort. Yeah, we're gonna try and finish this war, and then I guess I'm gonna have to leave, unfortunately. There's a TV show? There is a TV show. I never played The Last of Us. My brother did, and he's like super excited about watching it, and like, it's a pretty decent show. But I didn't play the game, so it's not like I have a huge emotional stake in this. Why are there 2 forts here? That's kind of cursed. Okay, you know what? I'm actually not going to siege that. I will siege a large portion of England, but not that. Maybe reinforce them? Nah, they're chilling. Or reinforce them when that siege is done. Maybe. Should do a Japan unify game while in Japan. Tragically, I don't think I'm gonna have a lot of time to do any like channel things while I'm away. Not least because we've kind of planned the itinerary almost down to the hour. Not quite, but like we're trying to really min-max the experience while we're over there in Japan and Korea. So like we've kind of planned out what we're gonna do every single day. Like where we're gonna go. We have some of the Airbnbs booked. We have a good part of the travel booked. What do I want from this? Is there anything I want to take away? Not really. Oh, do I not have right of movement for you guys? That's kind of embarrassing. Me when I don't give anybody the right to mobility? Oops. Okay, and then maybe you get nobility-controlled serfdom. It's funny, I can give serfdom to the nobility and free mobility to the peasants. This is peak, I think. Okay, anyway. For this, I don't even know. University, sure. Free push towards innovative. Maybe for the next, like, 7 months, I'm gonna push innovative. Just really make use of what we've got here. Let's just make sure that we do get this sieged, because it'll make it cheaper to take. Speaking of taking... Yeah, it's a little expensive. Just a little bit. It's called landlordism, I suppose. More iron. I need so much of everything. Boundless agreed. More tools, more. All right, we'll do that. That siege is done. We kind of need this siege too, sort of. I love loans, I love loans, I love more loans. That's my fault though, I spent a bunch of money. I think you didn't read the first part of the message. The church has the book thing where they get... Ooh, gotcha. Get 0.1 traditionalist push. If you take that away, you get more innovative. That is also true. Naval. Yeah, I should have done that probably. Okay, sounds like everybody is here. I should probably end this soon. I do need to fully annex these guys. That's the biggest problem, because like I just need to have enough war score for this. Or rather, I need to decrease the war score cost of this, specifically. Actually, how bad is this? Dude, that's like most of the war scores. That's one location. Okay, so this is more expensive because it is a non-occupied fort. Yeah, it's actually double the cost. So if I manage to take this, then it would be quite nice. And then, I don't know if I really want to do this right now, but we could swap off of Royal Decree over to Harbor Administration immediately. We get more progress towards naval. We get the local monthly development growth for every coastal location, which is pretty decent. Proximity impact through ports, minus 20%. Which is actually a really big bonus. Wait a second, that's actually quite a lot. Okay, and then monthly progress, of course, and then the naval governor. Might as well do that. So is that just like, it increases the effects of harbor capacity? Is that it? Proximity impact through port, minus 37.5%. And then harbor administration is like, what, minus 20% flat? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, no? That's like every location that's coastal getting a free 40% natural harbor capacity, right? That's the equivalent, I think. It did say every coastal location. Every owned coastal location, minus 20%. That's kind of strong. Maybe they need to turn that down a little bit, possibly. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, we'll donate to the Pope. That's fine. My frames are so cooked at the start of every month. I don't like that. Okay, next. I guess we could siege that. Also embrace meritocracy for pretty cheap. Don't give them ideas. Yeah, also the 0.2 naval push. I guess you really do have to, like, super hardline naval. Also, why do I have no food? I should have food here, shouldn't I? Why do you have no food? Oh wait, is this area literally starving? No. You're not starving, but you have no food to give me. Why do we have no food? Okay, you know what? You know what? We're doing this. Guess the whole thing with France is over. Yeah, we'll do that as soon as we can. Been fighting this war with England for kind of too long. Yeah. What about liberating Ireland? I wouldn't really call it liberation, more like under new governance, but you do you, I guess. Okay. I don't think we can actually take anything from, like, Cornwall. Unfortunately. This is a 100% peace deal to take all of this. Unless I can ask them to transfer it for free or for cheaper. Ooh, they could transfer it for cheaper. Now, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You want to give me that? It's going to be an absolute monster to integrate, but what if I actually pull this off real quick? That shouldn't actually cost this much, because, like, maybe they didn't even change this. I'm pretty sure the way it's supposed to work is that when you take locations, it makes it cheaper to transfer, because the subject is going to be smaller, but I guess they don't take that into account, which they should. Anyway, I wanted to do that, because I wanted to take this, and I wanted to take Cornwall, but I guess the price I pay for Cornwall is that Aquitaine is just going to be massive. And I feel like I'm pronouncing that wrong every time, but don't correct me. Okay, yeah, maybe we do this. Well, give it 1 month, actually. Give it 1 month. Give it 2 months. You gotta be kidding me, man. Please don't do this to me. The Duke dies before we take Cornwall? Brother. You're not actually done pushing naval. Get back here. Okay, maybe you are done, actually. Okay, we've taken the siege. That's good because it makes it cheaper. Actually, there are 40 people here, bruh. What am I doing? How did we lose that? Don't play these games with me. Okay, that's cheaper now. Right? Yes? Perfect. Perhaps. I don't actually know if that made it cheaper at all. Maybe it didn't. That's weird. Okay, well, we're just gonna take this. Surely this will not create an infinite coalition. It's probably fine. I did take that. Okay, good. It's so peak. It's beautiful. A little bit large of a subject here, but yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get you on integrating this here. And then we're gonna release Cornwall. And then we'll do this, then we'll do that, and then we'll do this. And then you go over here. You go over here. We do that. We grab you. We do this. We do this, and this, and that. Cool. Okay, I actually do need to leave right now, so good thing we finished that war. We took Paris, we invaded Cornwall, we are strong, number 16 power. I can repay debt, of course. And we actually kind of make money, which is cool. Very neat. Unfortunately, we very abruptly do have to end today's stream, so thank you very much everybody for being here. I have no idea when this stream, or when this game is going to be continued. Who knows? I actually don't know if I have time tomorrow. Maybe, possibly. Sunday, I'm pretty sure I'm booked. No, wait. Sunday, I'm not that booked. Right, because this was going to be Sunday, but it's now instead. Okay, so maybe Sunday will happen. Maybe. We'll see about that. But yeah, we have to go real quick. So thank you all for being here. I hope to see you again soon. Maybe video at some point in the upcoming few days. We'll see about that. But yeah, we made some pretty good progress. Actually, not too bad for what we might call a short Corbett stream. Only 4 hours, and we played like, what, 30 years? That's pretty impressive for me. Anyway, I'll see you guys when I see you. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend if I don't see you. Or just weekend in general, not rest of it. Have a wonderful rest of your Friday. That's what I mean. Anyway, I'll see you guys when I see you. Good night.